Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we're in Blender 5.0.1. Sorry for the overexcitement there, but I'm really pumped to do some work in this, and I've looked up how to make pipes. I've not made pipes before, and now I know how to make them, so I'm super pumped for this stream. So I'm probably going to do a 4-hour stream. I say that, it always tends to be longer than that. We get lost in the fun. So what we've got at the moment, if I just show you guys, we have we've done the walls and the floors for the atrium, the central section of the map, as well as the science lab. So what we're going to do this stream, first off, we're going to do the same process for these walls but for the office, and then we're going to do the maintenance. I'm going to do the maintenance last because I want that to be different to the rest of the ship. I just don't quite know how yet. I want it to be, yeah, I'm not sure on that one yet. And then once I've done office and the maintenance, we will possibly do the pipes. Start playing around with pipes. There's also going to need stuff like signage around the level. I'd like a couple of wall panels in places. I'm not going to go over the top with it. And what else? And then the props themselves. And I've got a list of the props for the 4 different sections. So, and then when that's all done, and the level's built, it will be a matter of making the characters. So, let's start with the office. So, what do we need to do? So the office is gold. So we've got 3 pieces here. So basically, we're going to make this gold. So what's going on there? So if I go into the shading, okay, so I'll select those ones, and that's going to be floor main. So this was marble white, and then we invert the selection, we go to floor edge, and this is going to be gold, and then there we have it. Nice. Okay, so that's the one we've got selected. So what we can do is select those, delete that, duplicate that. Looking gorgeous already. Delete those. That one there. That one red? Yes, it is. Okay, let's do... I'm going to do one of those corner sections here. Right, so Actually, I don't even need to select that. I can just go on the floor edge, go to gold, and then the floor main is the marble white. So we just need to swap out that one there. So delete that, duplicate that, rotate 90. Lovely jubbly. And then if I do this middle one, how have I done the other one? So marble white for the center, and then the bulk of it is the metallic. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the floor main is getting replaced with marble white, and then the floor edge is going to be gold. Oh, I love it. Oh, this is looking cool. Okay, so we're going to go top down. I'm going to get rid of that one and replace it with that. Rotate -90. And then that should be this section going across, all done. And I think I've got all the pits now to swap out the rest of the walls. Because we've got the corner bit, sorry, the corner join, 45-degree angle wall and a flat wall. So I can now do all of the other walls. What I'll do is I'll start with these ones here. Get that, dupe that. And then delete those ones. Put that in there, put that in there. And then I can do something a little bit sneaky. I can basically delete that. Select these ones, that, Shift D, and then I can just, I should be able to R180, and then, oh, no, we won't do that. -90. There we go. Lovely. I love that gold trim. I really like the metallic, the trim. It's just a really, really nice colour. Alright, so all we've got to do now is this outside section that goes around. I think we've got to do the windows as well. How have I done the windows for the other ones? So just gold trim, marble white. If I just go into this one. What we've got, marble white, trim blue, window frame, yeah, okay. So if I select that one, go into shading, so where we've got floor main would become the marble white, and then the edge would become the gold. Oh, love it. I really, really love the look, like the space station white. Okay, so now we've got those done, we're just going to do the remaining bits of the wall. So we start from the top edge and it goes all the way down to that one there. So -90. Whoa, what the fudge happened there? Jesus. I don't know what happened there, guys. So these are the corner bits. Ah, no. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. And then that one. It's a really nice process, this. It's quite therapeutic. Oh, it's a really nice gold. Really love that colour. Okay, so now we're gonna select these edges of wall parts, sorry. And down there, -90. Looking golden, baby. Yes. Love it. Hold on, what's going on there? Then we need corner bit, long bit. So it's got to be R -90. That. R -90. And then what I'll do is I'll do these corner bits. And then we just got to do the walls. And then these bits. Let me just check. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So do that. R -90. Get that. R -90. R -90. Let's save. And then we do the Hilde. And we can check it. Hey, Natoxi, welcome to the stream. The clicking of Control D. Welcome. Right. Oh, that is looking luscious. So, as you can see, guys, this whole environment is lit quite brightly. So you might be thinking, oh, it's very colourful. Oh, it's very bright. But when we're in Unreal, I'm going to be creating a atmospheric level. The lighting's going to be, it's going to be like very atmospheric. So you're going to have robots patrolling that are going to have like a light component. So it's going to be really cool. It's going to be really cool. I really like this golden section. And that's all done. There's no bits missed. Okay, so that is the office section done. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, dude. Hope you're keeping well as well. I've been I've been busy with the group game. I've been making a group game in Unreal, so I've been doing a bit of UI work and art and stuff like that. So just basically hopping between both projects. Deadlines for these are end of April. But this one, I'm hoping by the weekend I'll be on to making the characters, modelling the characters for the game. Props as well, we need to make. I've got a list of props. I've got to do pipes, I've got to do wall panels, I've got to do signage for this map. I'm really excited to do the pipes though. Right, so those 4 sections are done. Now, as for the maintenance section, we've got this metal flooring. Just trying to think how I want to do this one. Do I want to change? I feel like maintenance should have a lot of pipe work. There should be pipes running around the whole level, but I feel like maintenance should have quite a few pipes. Now, I wanted to have the walls be consistent with the level, having that white wall. Just wondering, because I was thinking of going like just like a metal colour for the walls. And then we could maybe go for like a copper. Maybe a copper or bronze. You can do pipes but no valves. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is it fun? What, making the games? Yeah, it's great fun. The other group game's coming along really nicely. We've got 4 programmers, 3 artists, 2 designers. I'm one of those designers, and yeah, it's coming along really nicely. There's just a lot of assets and models to be made, but I'm very confident with that project, so I'm always ready to like smash out a load of work. So what I'm thinking, I don't want to go white walls in here. I want to keep this whole maintenance section a different style to the rest. I mean, I wonder if we were to have maybe if we went for like what colours have we got? Blue, gold, red and green. If we had like an orange, maybe if we had like an orange bar going around. I wonder. Let me just save. Now I've got multiple pieces of these corners, so if I muck this up, I can always redo it. So what we're gonna do. If I do an edge loop there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if we select individual origins. I think it was inset, wasn't it? So insert I mean, to be fair, if we just extruded 20 and then scaled, basically does the same. And then welcome to the stream, Long Arm. When you say Valve, do you mean Steam? Was that like a reference to Steam? Yeah, I'm happy to hear what you guys think. Right, so this is the trim. If I go to floor main and put in the marble white, that marble white. So what I was thinking for this was these sections here, we could give it like a kind of coppery bronze. Ah, got ya. Are you not a Steam fan? Right, what I'm gonna do on the floor edge, I'm gonna change that to gold, but then I'm gonna duplicate that, and I'm gonna call this I'm gonna call this copper. And I'm just gonna try and get a bit too dark. That's kind of the colour I had in my head. I'm going to go 0.5 on that. And then we're going to select these. We're going to give it a new slot, and then if I chose, this will be marble trim. We don't want to give it copper. Actually, oh, you know what? Hold on, why have I got 2 there? Well, at the moment, I'm just creating the walls for the maintenance area. So at the moment, you see how, oh crap. Oh, I didn't write down the fuck. Oh, the extrusions I did. Oh no. I'm going to have to redo that. I didn't write down the... I have to make sure that everything's consistent. Or else... Oh no. Silly Billy. It's all good. Right, let me try that again. I'm just basically giving the walls in here a different look to the rest of the level. And then obviously we're going to have pipes as well throughout the area. The maintenance area itself will primarily have a fair bit of storage, boxes, pipes, that kind of stuff. So yeah, let me just fix that. I can't believe I did that. What a numpty. Right, so I need to write this down. So we go into edit mode, so we get this, and then we're going to do it so it's a loop cut, so 2 loop cuts, loop cut, and then I moved it up 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. And then we select those faces, we extrude, I think it was 2 I did, extrude, and then, what did I scale it down to? Scale it down to 0.8. Scale 0.8. Sorry, I should have jot. I normally jot these things down. Yes, I am. I basically because I want everything to be consistent. Like if what I just did there with the extruding, doing a loop cut, extruding the faces on this particular modular piece. If I then went on this one and I forgot exactly how I extruded, it just wouldn't look right. So I'm just making sure everything is consistent. So I just use Notepad and I write down what I'm doing so that when I do the extrusions and loop cut on this one, I know exactly how to replicate the style of this one. Right, so we're gonna go to the floor edge, and this was copper, and then the floor main is marble white, and then we select our faces here, and we give that the marble trim copper. Nice. Okay, so now what I can do, if I quickly go into this one, so the floor edge is gonna be the copper, and then floor main gets swapped out to marble white, and then we're gonna replicate what I did for the corner piece. So we do 2 loop cuts, and then select that 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Extrude 1, 2. Scale to 0.8. And there we have it. That's the exact same settings as this one that we just did there. So now I can come into here, change out the floor edge for the copper. Floor main will go to marble white, and then if we just select these faces, this is going to be the copper. There we have it. So there we go. So basically when you enter this area, it's going to be... It's similar style to the rest of the area, except we have these sticky out bits that make it feel very different because it's a maintenance area. So now that we've got our 3 pieces, we've got the corner piece, flat and corner join, we're now going to replace all the ones that we need to. So welcome to the stream, guys. Yeah, it's copper. How do smooth normals look like? Black and yellow, yeah. I mean, that's, yeah. The black and yellow is normally to do with the striped signage, you know, like the diagonal sections. I think the same. I just don't feel like black. I feel black would just be too much, and also with the limited lighting that I've got planned for the game, with it being black, it's going to be super dark. I don't want it to be too dark, so I'm going to stick with this aesthetic for the moment, and if further down the line I'm like, you know what, I'm not a fan, I'm going to change it, I can change it. So but once we've got the pipes in and stuff, it's going to give everything a little bit more life. I'm really excited to do the pipes. I think black will be too much, yeah. And like I say, I have this white marble interior throughout the whole area, and I don't want to drastically change that. That is why I've just gone for this extrusion to give it a different feel to the rest of the level, so it's clear that it's a different area. Alright, let's replace the next few components. Where are we going up to? This one. Okay. Right, so that bit. Okay. Nice. Right, so we've got these bits up the top now, so I'll do this section. Okay, and then we've got a huge bit here. So I can dupe that, rotate 90. Get that, rotate 90, and then if I just go along. How are you doing, long arm? You good? Oh. See, what we could always do is potentially change the white of that wall, maybe. Oh, I always save, dude. I am always saving. But thank you for the reminder. Much appreciated, amigo. Right, so the edge on this is gonna be copper. And the floor main is going to be marble white. And then we get that, and that. Delete. Dupe, dupe, dupe. And then get rid of those walls. Bring that over here. R180, dupe, dupe. Dupe, dupe, dupe. And then we've got the corner section, so this is basically going to be the same as that. Right, so let's nick a corner from here. Rotate 90, get one of these, rotate 90, and then get another one of those, put that there, copy those, and that last section just here. Has anyone seen season 2 finale of Fallout yet? It is absolutely amazing. I'm hoping some of you guys watch Fallout. Oh, definitely. Always save your work. You never know when you're going to get a power cut, when you're going to get a blue screen of death, or the program just crashes. You never know. Always save. I'm super excited to do these pipes. Sorry. Right, we're going to go Shift tilde. And we're going to see how this looks. So consistent style for all the normal rooms, and then when you get to the maintenance area, we've got this kind of metallic interior. Obviously these middle sections will have the same. I don't know if I want to change the white on those panels yet. I'm not sure. I think for the time being, I'm going to leave them white. And that's going to be a design decision a little bit later if I want to switch it around. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Right, one more to do. No, I'm not going to have doorways. I didn't want to have doorways. The middle section is going to have like a little kind of barrier thing. But we're going to be having like robots that patrol and, you know, will chase the player. So yeah, I didn't want to add doorways. I wasn't going to have doors. It was just going to be like an open plan floor. I mean, I know I could probably do one, but I don't really want to have... I don't really want to have a door. I mean, at these sections where these go into the different areas, I could. Could have them automated. I'll think about the doors. We've got them all done. Alright, let's have a walk around. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be, when I set up the behavior tree in Unreal for the way the AI behaves and chases the player, the AI would need to pass through those doors as well. So I guess I've just got concerns about the line of sight, because these glass panes, you know, it's meant to build suspense, like you'd be able to see the robot through there, but they wouldn't see you, so it's kind of like you use them as cover. But then with the door, if the robot's chasing the player, yeah, I mean, obviously the robot would activate the door opening and closing as well. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, essentially you could have doors. I wouldn't put one right here. I'd probably... maybe in the cross section here where this trim is, maybe. And then I'll think about it, but it's not something that I put into the design. I know doors are like, you know, they are a thing in space. So right, let's just have a look at the maintenance area. So it is feeling better having... ooh. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see how this looks with the ceiling on. Okay. Ceiling. What am I going to do for the ceiling? I think for the corridors, I think I said about having the ceiling match the width and style of the floor. So I can do that for these corridor sections. As for the rest of the level, what I could do for the ceiling is maybe... let's just go back here. So if we're doing 2 by 2 there, the 2 by 2 would go there. So if we went 4, 4, 4, Okay, so we could do a quadrant. We could do a quadrant. So we want the trim to be the same. Oh my god. Let me just check actually, if I just hide the ceilings. Right, I'll tell you what, let me sort the ceiling for these corridor sections, because I definitely want to have, so at the moment if I turn the ceilings on, I definitely want this middle section. Why is that going through? I don't want these ones. Why is that selecting the bottom one as well, dude? What the hell? It should only be doing that if I've got wireframe on. That was a little bit annoying. So what is this called? This is in floor. 2 by 2. So this would need to go in the ceiling. So if I dupe that and then G on the Z and then rotate on the Y? No, on the X. There we go. Perfect. And then we'll move that to scene collection, and then we'll move that to ceiling, top down. Tilde. Oh, why have I got that? Oh, did I miss? Oh no, I haven't missed one. No. It's just for that section. Okay, what I could do, what I could do for this one, if I, oh yeah, I know I can do that. because where the grate is, we've still got this red, so we should keep that consistency there. And then when we come to this bit, it's the same, like it. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to select those. I'm going to select that. I'm gonna dupe that. Actually, I can just dupe that one. G on the X, and then if we get this corner piece, what we can do with this corner piece is go into shading. How does that look in scene? So that bit doesn't need anything. So I think it's that way. So oh my god. So the left side here would need to be floor main, so assign floor main. This would change from floor main to marble white, and then that floor edge would change to marble red. And then if I come out, oh no. Okay. Need that to go across. So if I go G on the Y, if I snap to edge, G on the Y, put that there, and then we can move that one there as well. Merge distance. And then this section here for that piece. It's a bit hard to know which. I have a feeling it's that one. If I just change that to marble white. I got the wrong side. I got the wrong side. Right, marble trim red. Right, so it's this one here. So this needs to go to marble trim white. And then oh, that's tricky, isn't it? I mean, technically, it's just that top section. So if I go G on the Y, that could go, if I leave that one there. That's a little bit annoying. Okay. White, white, white. Where's marble white? There we go. Okay. Have a drink of the old coffee. 1 hour into the stream. Going well. I'm thinking with the ceiling pieces of going longer. I don't want to have the ceiling being the same squares as the floor. It would just be too much geometry. You know, too much on the eyes. But yeah, I think that bit's good. Just do the same for this one. Was it that one? Oh my god. Yes, okay. Okay, so main corridor, two by one on the floor, 2 by 1 on the ceiling, and then you come into this section. That's red, and that's red as well. Okay. Right, so that's those corridor sections. These ones would obviously, those ones would be red. So red, red, and red. But then how big is... I've got 4, 4. Okay. I feel like what I want to do for this section is have... I want to have the ceiling in 4 2x2 blocks. So if I duped that, scale on the X2, perfect. Let's see how this looks. Two, 1. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 by 7. Shame it's not 8 by 8. Okay, that feels like it's looking quite nice. That feels like it's working nicely. What I'm going to do is if I actually turn off the windows, walls and those, and if I just have the ceilings, I can delete those out off. This is the problem. So the trim's not going to line up if I change that. Let me just try something. If I move that there. Oh no. No, no, no. Why's that done that way? Hold on, why have I done that? Why did I not just do one of those? Jesus. These corner bits. It's a bloody annoying shape that. It's really annoying it's not an 8x8 grid. Tell you what I'm going to do. Just going to replace those. What am I going to do about this middle section then? What we could do is make this bit one long whole section. Let's see. If I dupe that, rotate on the 90, and then if I scaled on the X, see it's mucking up the trim there. Oh, I know. Sort of faces. Well, hey! Why didn't I think of... Okay. Let's turn it on and see how it looks now. Tilde. Bear with me, guys. YouTube adverts.
Choose you. Choose you. Choose you.
Okay. Question is, because I want to have some kind of pipage going across the ceiling, you know, like it's kind of carrying some kind of electrics and things around the map. So, right, I like that. I think that is all of the red section done. Oh god, how are we going to do the... It's quite a big area. Jesus Christ. And these have got, I think, yeah, red trim. Okay. So, so this would be green. So I turn off that, and that. So we've just got the ceilings. What are you going to do here, Mike? Well, we have 3x3 grid. These are... Well, if I move that, that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So that's 3 by 2. So that's 3 by 3. Ah! No! Okay, so that's green. I actually quite like that. Just grabbing the face and just arranging it to the size, because I want to see the floor. I like that the floor has the tiles. The corridors are longer tiles. But then the ceiling, if the ceiling matched the floor tiles, it would just be way too much. So I like that I can kind of just customize the shapes of the ceiling. So what we need to do now is basically do this tile, go to, so floor main is going to be marble. So that one is green. So now I can get rid of those. Thanks for the spam view, Spinal. Appreciate it. Okay. So you can see the colour difference there. Those slightly darker tiles are the ones that we haven't done. The lighter ones are the ones we have done. So, got a green section for the signs, red for the centre. So all I need to do, I need to think about how I'm going to do the maintenance one, because I want that to be I need to think about that one. Okay, let's think about the office. Sorry, one sec, guys. Okay, office. So the office is going to be gold. It's not the most complex roof, ceiling. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we could do a 3. We can do a 3 stretch here. So if I duped that and got that edge. Oh no. If I could do this one as a 2, could do that one as a 2. Okay. So we've only got this bit. I'll do the atrium after, and then we'll think about the ceiling for this one, and then we can make some pipes. Really, really excited to do the pipes. It's a pipe dream. Love it. Love a bit of cheese. So it's 3 by 2, that one. Well, this is a tricky one because the shape is so strange. How do I want to split this one up then? Lengthways, maybe? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Right, we've got another 7. Is that a 3? I think that's a 2. So 2, 2, 2, 1. On that basis, we'll do that. And then okay, so we could do a 3x3. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. that's a tricky... Let's check that out. Here we go. That's nice. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's so nice having the ceiling not tiled and it's like different for the areas. Oh, that feels really nice. Yes, I like that. Oh, that feels really, really good. Oh no. Hold on, we've got, what's going on here? What's going on there? Why is it off? Right, what is that? Hold on. Atrium's there. So what one is that? Is that the 3? So it's not the big bit, it's the 3 bit. Okay. Glad I found that. So it's the 3 bit. Okay, so turn off that. Oh, I see. Naughty, naughty. hold on a second. Three by three. So it's that one. Oh, that's 2 by 2. Why was that looking off? What have I done there? Right, I believe I've sorted that. Right. Why have we got a red bit? Okay. Right. Atrium. Okay. So the atrium, if I turn off the roof, so the atrium has the glass arranged like that, so what might be nice is to maybe have a long section in the middle. So it's where those two meet. So it's basically that bit. Hey Snurf, thanks for tuning in, dude. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. This is I'm basically modelling my spaceship level. I'm making a spaceship game this trimester at university. I've done the floors, the walls. I'm literally just doing the ceilings at the moment. As you can see, like, yeah, just I'm just getting the ceilings done, and then I'm going to be working on the pipes. So we're 2 hours into the stream. I'm making really good progress. So it's just making sure, because where I'm customizing the ceilings, the trim thickness, I have to be very careful. I just need to make sure it's consistent, because it's really annoying. Like you can see here, you see the lines. I think that matches up. I'm gonna be seeing lines in my sleep when I go to bed. me just fix that. What is going on with this one? No, G on the X, Y. So now that's annoying. Oh, let me read your comment. Oh, so I don't use Godot. I know how to make games in Unity and Unreal. I'm using Blender at the moment to model my my map, my level. I've done this process for a narrative game that I've made. I basically modeled the terrain, imported it into Unity, and I had my terrain. I found it a lot easier to do in Unity than... It's just nice. Like, I know that I can, when I've modeled this, I can import this into Unreal. And I've got my my map, basically. Give me 1 second, sorry, I'm just having to fine tune these edges. It's a real pain in the arse. I think that is all sorted. Yeah, pretty sure that's all good. Right, let's go back down to here. So if I dupe that, sorry, turn on increment. So if I dupe that and move that there, and then go to my shade, and this is going to be blue. So blue for the atrium. Yes, this is Blender. Have you got any Blender experience? I mean, if you want to see, I've got my YouTube below. I've got a panel for my YouTube. Every game dev stream that I've done, I always post it to my YouTube channel. In there is a playlist for Blender, and I've got one where I modelled my terrain for my narrative RPG game. I think that was a 5 or a 6 hour stream, but there is a video in there for modelling the terrain. And then it was either in that stream or the stream after where I import it into Unity. So if you want to see how I did that, that would be a great video. That, you know, it's how I did it. And if you've not done it before, you might find it useful. I'm not sure, but feel free to check it out. It might help you out. Right, it looks like that piece is in place. Oh, nice, dude. So you're modelling a 3D player character, I take it? Oh, numpty. There we go. Oh, brilliant, dude. I've actually got to model my own robots for this game as well. That's pretty cool. I've designed mine on paper, so once I've done this space station interior, once I've got the ceiling done, made my pipes, made the props for the game, and then decals for the walls with signage, I'll be modelling my robot NPC's player character. So that's pretty cool. You're making a robot, dude. All the best for that. Right, let's have a look at this without the ceiling. So, okay, so let's have a count of the grid. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change that. So floor edge. So floor main will be the marble white, and then the edge is going to be blue. And then I can remove these ones. Ugh! Wait. Yes, I can remove those ones. Sorry. There we go. Cool. So with you making a robot, are you making like a space game? Or just what kind of genre? Okay, right, we've got our grid now. How do I want to do this? Should I have, so we've got, so we could do a 2 by 2 here. Okay, so we've got 2 by 2s here. We could have this one as one of those. So if I turned off everything else. Yeah, we'll do that. That sounds pretty cool. I don't think I own Cyberpunk. I know it had its issues, you know, when it first came out. But yeah, that's one game I haven't played. But it does look good. Right, so we're going to create a 4x4 now. So I'm going to delete this bit. I'm going to dupe that, move it across, and then we're going to get the face of that and move that across. And then we want to make sure that should actually be, no, that looks perfect actually. That looks like it aligns with the trim size. That's actually spot on. Lovely. Alright. I'm doing this very methodically. Just taking my time here. I really like how I've made the ceilings quite different for each area. So the science one has this kind of, the way that's been done. And then the office part, quite different. The hub. And then obviously the atrium here. I've got you. So basically, space, neon lights, cyborgs, cybernetics. I get the kind of vibe that you're going for with that. Kind of like Blade Runner. Not sure if you've seen that film. Right, that is all of the areas done apart from maintenance. Let's see how it looks inside now that we've done that. So, oh, haven't need to turn on the things, sorry. There we go. Oh, dude. Let's try that again. There we go. Right, so the section we just did was blue is the atrium. So this is the part, the roofs that we just did. So it's really nice having that, the ceiling quite different. The corridors match the floor, so it feels, that feels really nice walking through that. And then yeah, the ceiling. Just having it split up like that is quite nice. And it also matches the glass panes that I've put in as well. Right, so let's have a look. Thank you, dude. Obviously, this is naked at the moment. It hasn't got the props in. I'm going to be modelling the props. I've got a whole list of what I'm going to be doing. This section is the office, so there'll be desks, cabinets. This section is the atrium, so it'll have like a sofa. And the maintenance area is going to have a lot of pipes. I'm going to model a kind of fan, like some kind of, you know, like just a big industrial fan. This middle section is the hub where you have to escort the creatures to safety. And then this is the science lab, so we'll have some cool tubes with fluid and science looking bits. I really like the green. I've also done each area, the colour scheme for each area. So this one's meant to feel a bit rustic and just rough looking because it's maintenance area. Green for nature and science. Yellow, gold for the office environment. And then blue for the atrium. Someone earlier on stream did ask if I was going to put in doors. It's not something that I planned. But it's something that I could do, like in the intersection here. I mean, my only concern was that I have robots and yeah, they need to be able to pass through it as well. So I've got to do the behaviour tree. I'm going to be doing a behaviour tree in the Unreal Engine. So, and obviously there's lights as well. I need to do lights. I need to think of lights. So I was thinking something similar to this, where I've got these extrusions. I can basically model something to look like a light. Because these are the idea of the game. It's kind of like you search a space station for aliens that are hiding from the robots, because the robots capture them and enslave them. So the idea is the space station's kind of overrun by robots, so it's not going to be like fully functional. You know, the lighting might be a bit iffy. It's going to be a bit kind of not functioning as normal. So like the lights, I need to think about the lights. I won't do the lights just yet, because I want to do the tubes. Now the only ceiling we have left to do is the maintenance area. I feel like it shouldn't match the floor. if I gave the ceiling trim, if I made the ceiling go in strips this way, so like maybe just long strips, maybe. Whoa! Oh god. I forgot about that. Oh, when you walk around the level in Blender, if you come outside of an object, you just fall, basically. That was funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I have them going in strips that way, with the copper trim, and then maybe I could give it like a metal. We could go for like a metal colour, maybe similar to maybe this dark section in the middle. Yeah. So if I select that, go into that, so what's that one's floor base? Floor base, okay. So floor base. Okay, so the ceiling. Alright. So let's turn off all these other ones. I'm going to have to make another coffee soon. It's gone midnight. I've got to be up in 6 hours. But when I'm in dev mode. I've got the dev hat on and I just go, go, go. Okay. So I was saying about strips. So how long is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the player enters that way. Okay, I'm going to keep them this orientation, so kind of going horizontal across this way. Okay, so we do 4x4. Okay. Right, so if I do 4x4, so if I dupe this one and then get the face and move that down, and then we just check that the edges are aligned to the others. G on the Y. Oh, G on the X. Hold on. G on the Y. There we go. G on the Y. G on the X. And that one, G on the X. Yeah. Perfect. And then, what was it? Floor base, I think I said. Floor base. Pretty sure it's floor base. Right, so floor edge is going to be the copper trim, and then the floor main is floor base. Oh wow. Jesus. That looks so dark. That's definitely the same colour. Definitely was. floor base. Maybe we'll go for... let's go for steel A. We'll go for steel A instead. So that was quite dark. So steel A. Steel A. Okay. Okie dokie. So steel A. Sorry, I've got OCD. Steel A. Steel A. Right, let's change this one. So the floor edge is going to be the copper, and then steel A. Steel A for that, and then increment. Steel A. So for edge, copper. Okay. Right, so we need to do 3 by 3 now, because I want to have we could even do like a, let's do 6 by 6. Okay. So 3 by 3 there. 3, 3. I mean, to be fair, that middle section there. Why is that so dark? It is meant to be a maintenance area, guys. It is meant to be very different to the rest of the level. So, and with the lighting and stuff, when lighting's all in, it should look, you know, pretty cool. Okay. Right. This next section's going to be a little bit weird because it's going that way. So I feel we're going to need 2x2. That is a weird one. So I've had a 1 and then 3 and then yeah, okay. So we've got 3, 3 and then it'll go into 2, 2. Okay. So if I dupe that, if I just move that there.
Choose you, choose you, choose you.
Oh God, don't you just love YouTube adverts? Right, I'm gonna need another coffee. I'm not done yet, guys. We're almost done with the ceiling, and then and then we'll be able to get the pipes started. Do a bit of plumbing, a bit of late night plumbing, guys. GG. Dude. Was that 2x2? Oh wait, we're doing 3x3, aren't we? Alright, so 3x3, so get rid of that. Oh, fudge. And then we're going to need 2x2. If it's too dark, we can always like change the material in there. But we have to remember there's going to be lights and things like that. So everything's liable to change, or, you know, able to be changed to suit the game. Oh, nice, dude. Thanks for keeping me company. It's always nice having some, you know, just people watching and talking, and it's nice having some interaction. It can be a little bit lonely doing all this dev work and modelling and everything, so. Yeah, It's, well, I mean, I do a lot of streaming. I don't really care about, you know, I don't do it to get loads and loads of followers. I just stream to share the passion and, you know, creativity. And if you get followers and people that regularly tune in, it's a bonus. But yeah, it's a very saturated place, the streaming. Right, let me just think about this section here. So we've got a 2 and a 2. And then if I had a 2 and a 1, I don't even think I've got 4. I could do a 3 there. And then, what's that? 6. Is that 6? Yeah, it is. Okay. I thought I had viewing windows on... Oh, I do have viewing windows, sorry. Alright, if we do these as a 6 as well then. So 2, 2. We could have a 2, a 2 and a 1. I don't think I have a 2. So to get a 2, we'll dupe that and then we'll get the face and just bring that down to make a 2. And then that should... Yeah, that looks good actually. Get rid of those. Shoot that. Shoot that. And then we just do the triangles. Maintenance area. You can see how dark that is compared. You can see how dark that is compared to the rest of the area. Right, let's give it a little test, shall we? Oh, I like that. Oh, fudge, I did it again. That definitely feels maintenance-y. Ignore that white reflection off the floor, guys. That's because I Then we've got like the scene lighting and then the world lighting as well. But look at that clear distinction between the main corridor, like you come through here, it's completely different. Right. Okay. Right, I guess now that the ceiling is all done, it's time for the pipes. Okay, I've not done pipes before. I found a little short video on YouTube that showed me how to do pipes, so it was fairly straightforward. So we need to think about the pipes. So I feel like we should definitely have some that kind of run through these areas at points. Like maybe these corner sections going up. Right, I just need to think about this. I guess we just go for it, really. Let's turn the ceilings off. We're going to make a new collection called Pipes. So we're gonna Shift A, mesh, plane, edit mode, merge at center. Now we've just got our vertices. So we've got a single vert. Okay. That is the vert. That's going to be the pipage. Okay, so we're gonna we'll call this pipage. No, let's call it pipe. Right, so this is, I'm quite excited for this. So we're going to edit mode. We select all, and we're going to extrude. Why is that not? Oh, because I didn't have the. There we go. Vertices, undo, right. So, yeah. Right, so extrude on the Z. And then we'll go on the X-axis. And then we'll go up one, and then back one, and then up one, and that should be in line with the ceiling. Okay, so now that we've got our verts, select all. Control Shift B, and we're creating the kind of bevel basically. Okay, so I've done the bevel, and then right click, convert to curve. Convert to curve, and then I go down to here, and it's on the bevel. Oh baby, yes, pipage. God, I love a bit of pipe. Ha ha, pipage. Oh, dude, I'm not super talented. Trust me, I'm still learning Blender myself. I've got quite a few hours in it now, but I'm still learning. I'm by no way an expert. Right, so the resolution is how. Can you see that? So if we want a super low res pipage, we set the res to 0. The more res we add, the more detailed and perfect it is basically, but the more resolution, the more tries that's gonna have. And we're making a low poly game, so we do not want it to be super detailed. So I think a resolution of 1 is quite nice for low poly. If we go 2, like a resolution of 1, that's too thin a pipe. But a resolution of 1, that's a nice bit of pipe there. Okay, so we've done that. So now what we do is we right click, convert to mesh. Is that now a mesh? Looks like it. Excellent. Okay, so now what we're going to do, 3 hours. Oh, dude, that's not a problem. Like, there's so much to learn. There's loads of videos out there if you're stuck. Just take your time and enjoy the learning process. That's my advice. Honestly, Blender's amazing. Right, so we've done the depth and resolution. We've converted it to a mesh. So now we're going to do the loop cut. So this is where the joins are on the pipe for, you know, the connection parts. So we're going to go into edit mode, and we're going to do a cut there, and then what we can do is move that along, so 6 basically. And then, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why there's another one here. Whoa, what's going on there? We're going to need another one there. So if I get that, I should get that one. And then I need 2 there. Whoa! And then, oh, didn't mean to do that. I need 2. Get that. Okay, so now that we've done that, we go to face mode, select all of those, and then we extrude on, not on the Z. No. individual origins. There we go. So what we gonna go for? 1.3? Go 1.4. So extrude size, and then it was 1.4. Extrude size 1.4. Extrude size 1.4. Extrude size 1.4. Extrude size 1.4. Pipeage! Hey! Oh, it's my first pipe! I've never made a pipe before. And look, it's perfectly in line with the ceiling. Oh my god, dude, I've got a pipe. I have never made a pipe before. I know everyone's probably done this before, but when you've never done something like that, it's exciting. Okay, so we want to go for like copy and paste in the same object. What are you trying to copy and paste in edit mode? Are you trying to duplicate an object? Right, let's give this pipe a cylinder in the same object. What is it? Tell me what you're trying to make. That would help me get an idea of what you're trying to do. And see if I can help in any suggestions. Right, let's go to shading and give this pipeage some colour. So add a new slot. Oh. So I don't want bronze. Well, hold on, why is it called bronze A? I feel like I want to make a material for the pipes to keep them distinguished between each other. I thought that would be a good idea. So I'm going to copy that and we're going to call this pipe body A. Don't really want it to be metallic. Roughness, I'm going to go 0.7. What colour should we have the pipes? I quite like that colour. Okay, and then turn off wireframe. Awen, welcome to the stream, bro. How have you been? I haven't seen you in ages. A robotic arm and has these cylinders in the forearm drawing. Shift duplicate, yeah. It's worth looking up all of the hotkeys on Google. I think they're called cheat sheets. They're like infographics that have all of the hotkeys. I've got a notepad with loads of them written down. It's always worth just checking up the hotkeys. How have you been, Awen? Holy shit, dude. That many? Wow. Awen, I've just made my first pipe. I'm glad you've been okay, mate. I don't feel like I need that middle one. I don't feel like we need that middle, because normally when you've got straight pipes, the only join connector is normally where there's a bend. So that one feels a bit out of place. And I'll probably shift this one up a little bit. Right, so we're gonna do a new material. We're going to assign that, and we're gonna call this pipe connector. So we've got pipe body. So if I want to have different coloured pipes, I can do that. So if I go to new and call this pipe connector. Or I'm just going to call it pipe ring. That would be a lot easier. So I want to go for like metal looking. It looks a bit dirty, that, doesn't it? We'll go 0.4. Now, I'm not going to be adding nuts and bolts to this because it's just going to increase the tries, and I don't need to like make it super like pipage looking. That's a nice colour. I like that one. Right. So now if I go back to this and do wireframe, select those, we want to dissolve faces, and then if I select that and do bridge edge loop, and then if I select that and go GG and then GG, there we go. Pipeage. That is the first pipe. G on the Y. I've made my first pipe. I'm so happy. I'm so happy I've got a pipe. I might change the colour of the pipe. So how are we going to do this? What colour pipe? Let me just have a look. How the pipes, industrial pipes. I want to see the colours. Obviously, bearing in mind this is in space. So, you know, can have like a bit of spacious space-ish vibes about it. I'm just having a look at pipes online, guys, just to look at colours. So there's a lot of metal, some black, Alright, I need to move this one along. Let's have a play with the colour. Oh, that's much better. That's more spacey, isn't it? I love it. Right. So the maintenance area is meant to be a bit pipey. So now, Awen, this is going to be interesting, the way I do this pipe. I wonder if it's the way you do your pipes. Sounds a bit dodgy. Oh, right, okay. So, pipage time. So, we're going to just shrink that window. I'm going to have a sip of my coffee. Have a puff of my vape. Okay. We're going to save the project. We're going to do Shift A, plane, not an aeroplane. we're gonna go into edit mode, select all, we're gonna merge at center, and then we're gonna come out of there, we're gonna go top down, and we're gonna move a little pipe. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna temporarily just hide the ceilings. So that is our that's our pipe. We're going to edit mode. So now what I'm going to do is, actually I'm going to move it across. I'll put it there. And then into edit mode, select all, we're going to extrude on Z. Oh, select vert, sorry. And then we're going to extrude that one on the Y. I can't even see where that is. And then extrude on the X. I'm going to bring that back, so GG. And then extrude that way. And then if I bring that to the wall, so snap to face, G on the Y, and bring it there. And then if we go back to this vert, I want to extrude on the Z. Oh, hold on. Turn increments back on. So we're going to extrude on the Z, and then we're going to extrude on the X. And then extrude on the X again. And then extrude on the Y. And snap to face. G on the Y. This vert here. Actually, I'm gonna extrude down. And then increments. Extrude on the X. Extrude on the Z. Extrude on the X, and then extrude on the Z. But then if I snap to edge, G on the Z, there we go. Right, so we have our verts. So now what we do, select all of those, we do Control Shift B, and this is going to create the, Control Shift B. That's interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? What's happened there then? Oh, I quite like the shape of that pipe. Compared to curve, right. I wonder, is that because I came off at a funny angle? Okay, let's try that again. Not a problem. I'm going to leave that one in there because I like the way I've kind of done that system. So we'll try again. So Shift A, point plane. Edit mode, merge at center. Object mode. Set to increment. Move that over here. Right. Save. Okay, let's try that again. So we extrude on the Z. Extrude on the Z. And then we're gonna actually, how did I have the other one? How have we got 4 verts? 1, 2, 1. Why is there 2 verts there? There shouldn't be. So extrude that on the Z, and then extrude on the Y. Snap to face, G on the Y, and then increment, sip the coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 first, perfect. Hopefully it's not going to do that weird thing it did a moment ago. Fingers crossed. Right, so we're going to go up. And then we're going to go E on the Y, snap to that. And then we'll go E on the X. And then I think I'll go straight up. So E on the Z. Okay. So now, if I was to do Control Shift B, like that, does it? I think that's where it's going across at a funny angle. If I ever did that one. Sorry guys, I've gone quiet while I'm concentrating. Sorry. Okay. So now we're going to do the connection rings. One there. Okay, so now we're gonna do the magic. We're gonna make our rings. Right, what colour are we going to do these? Are these going to be, are we going to have different coloured pipes? I feel like we should separate off these parts because they're 3 different pipe sections. So split, wasn't it? P, control P. Was it P? Separate by selection, there we go. And then if I come out of that, there we go. So now we can have different coloured pipes that, you know, so you could have yellow for gas, different one for oxygen, and another one for water. So that would be quite nice, wouldn't it? I'll keep the. I really like this colour I've gone for the connection, the pipe connector. So what we'll do is we need to go into shading and 2 slots. So the first slot is going to be pipe. If we go pipe ring, that'd be easier, and then it would be much easier to have that, and then just select the faces for the pipe body. So now there we go. On the second slot is going to be pipe body A, but what we're going to do is we're going to dupe that and we're going to call this pipe body B, and we're going to change the colour nice. That's so cool. I've made pipes. I'm living the plumber's dream. Okay, so one of those could be gas. I think yellow's gas. That one could be water, and then the next one could be oxygen. So I feel like oxygen could be maybe like a cream colour. So shading, 2 slots. First one is gonna be the pipe ring, and then we select all of dude, that one. Okay, assign and pipe body C. So we copy that and we call that C. Ooh, not C3. Sorry. Come on for there. Right, so I wanted to go for like a white for this one. But a slightly off white. How's that look? What I'm going to do is I'm going to have another pipe, just a U-bend pipe coming through here to connect this one. And then I plan to have a few other pipes in the different rooms. This maintenance area is going to have the most pipes. It's quite a big area. So I'm quite happy with that colour actually. White for oxygen, this off green for water, and then yellow for gas. Just wondered if we should have like a red pipe. I don't know why, I want a red pipe. Or is that too many colours? I mean, red could be electrics, maybe. I mean, you can run electrics through pipes. Let's go for a red one. Let's just do a red one, guys. Okay, so plane, edit mode, all, M, center, 7, tab, G. And then we're going to move this one. So this is going to be a cheeky one. So we're going to go G on the Z. Oh, we're going to snap to edge. G on the Z. And then we're going to go G on the X. And then we're going to go object mode, extrude. So we're going to go down. So where is it? Oh, I'm in face mode, dude. E on the Z. G on the Z. Hold on, why have I got so many verts? 1 minute, what's happened here? Right, where is my vert? Is it there? Have I lost my vert? Jesus Christ. I lost my vert. Okay. Is this how you do your pipes, Awen? Oh, it needs to come across a little bit. Okay, so this is pipe. What we're gonna do is go into shading, and we're going to select all. Two slots. First one is going to be pipe ring, and then we're gonna select these bits, and I wanted to have a red one, so go on here, assign. So it's gonna be pipe body D. And I just wanted red. I don't know why. I want a red pipe. Maybe orange. There we go. Tilde. Oh no. So we don't need like, oh sugar. We don't need tons and tons of pipes. You could even move that up a little bit more so it's... So this maintenance area is going to have like barrels and storage and bits and bobs. I'm really happy with that for my first bit of pipes. What I want to do, I want to turn off those annotations. I think it was here, wasn't it? How do I get rid of the annotation? I can't remember. I can't remember how to get rid of the annotation. I'm sure it was in here somewhere. I'm sure it was on here. Anyone know how to get rid of the annotations? Ah, there we go. View annotations. Boom. Oh my god, why am I pushing so many buttons? Right, let's take a picture of my pipes. Alright, so I'm gonna have to call this. Oh my god, how's it 1:30 in the morning? I'm gonna call the stream there. What I might do is bring that orange pipe up so it's more closer to this one. But yeah, I'm really happy with those. I mean, one thing we could do to make those look like they're actually connected to the floor would be to extrude. Let me just quickly do that actually. Oh. Much better. So just extruding that base just makes them. I mean, if we actually gave that bottom section that same ring color, that might be a good idea. Oh my god, dude. Sorry, I like to take pictures and share my work. Okay. So, oh my god, that ceiling's really annoying. Right, guys, I'm going to call the stream there. Let's just have a quick recap before I do, just to show you what we've done this sesh. Move the back up down there. There we go. Right, so we finished off I think the walls in the gold office area. We did the maintenance, and we've given that quite a distinct difference on the walls with this extruded panel. And we've done all the ceilings, so they don't match the tiled floor. So I've shaped all of these ceilings differently for the different sections. The corridors have this consistent, what's that, octagonal corridor. The maintenance room is darker with a metallic ceiling, and this is going to have the most pipes, so it's going to be a pipe dream. And there's going to be storage containers and things. And the science lab will again have some pipes. So what we'll probably do is maybe run some of these pipes probably run some of these pipes through the different areas. I feel like the panels and signage should be on the corridor. I'm potentially going to make some doors. I'm not sure on that yet. But if I did do the doors, they would probably go in line with this trim. It should be easy enough to do, just to model a door, and then in Unreal, collision box, enter collision box, move door up. Do it on a timeline, so over like half a second it will go up, and then the same on the way back down. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. It's my first time doing pipes, and yeah, I'm happy with that. I know some of you might be more experienced plumbers than myself, but I'm a happy duck. So next stream, which is tomorrow's Thursday, so what I will do is I'll be back in Engine tomorrow, and we're gonna do some more pipes, similar colours. I will put them in the different areas. If I got like quite a few pipes done, because the maintenance area is the area that I want to have the most pipes, so I don't want to go too crazy with it, but just having a few dotted around. This area is primarily going to be a storage bay, so, and then in these different areas we'll have some of the pipes kind of going around the room in places, and yeah, and then we will get started on modelling some of the props so we can actually fill out these rooms. So I've got a list of props and things, so that's going to be quite fun. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this stream, guys. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date and see more. If you want to see any of my previous streams, I've got stuff for Unreal, Unity and Blender on my YouTube link below. And you can go play some of my games I've already made on itch. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. I hope you've had fun, and I will see you in the next stream.